Guess we're good. Mic check. Mic good. Cam check. Looks like we're good. Appreciate the minute follows there. What is happening? Watch Kung, what's going on? I said I was about to make questions at your Discord. What's up, man? What you want to know? So we're gonna revisit Heartseeker for a little bit. So that's what we're gonna do. Craft these. You craft 106. Very nice. Very nice. What adjustments did you make for that versus the 103? I was actually watching the Levitational Smash tournament on my side monitor. Oh man, T and Light are playing right now. Not Light, sorry. T and Tweak are playing. Like I really want to see that. T is like so freaking good. So does Tweak, but like T plays like he's like hype. You're hitting 600 bill overpower cast? I wonder, like, did that Shroud do that much? I know it's like +1 trick attacks, right? But man. I said, bro, it's about my Heartseeker not tanking tier 3. So when you say tanking, like are you playing Heartseeker in the middle of mobs? Like are you like purposely trying to get hit? Because I mean, sure you don't want to get one shot, but you're not trying to tank mobs. At least you shouldn't be. Yes. Yes, pig, of course. All right, let me check the Discord real quick. Is it D4 questions? Okay. I think and surviving T4. Okay. So if you're watching, so watch content. If you die instantly by elementals, red lightnings. So lightning is actually a lot of damage. It's still a little overtuned. What you might be missing out on right now is are you res capped in T3? Like are you like 70%? Are you in the green with all your reses in T3? You're about 50% res of everything tier. Well, that is the problem. Like legit, that's the issue. So like if you're following anything on the guide itself, like the Maxroll guide, I make sure that you are capped in every tier. So like the starter part of the guide is going to be T1, and then the ancestral is you being capped at T3, and of course the mythic is you being capped at T4. So the problem is that you're not res capped, meaning that like the difference between 50% res and 70% res is like a lot of damage. So if you're getting one tapped, that is why you have to cap your resistances. So you're probably just missing like an additional all res roll somewhere. But that is what's killing you. And you're also going a bow versus crossbow, but I'm assuming your bow is just better than any crossbows you might have came across. But I really want to watch T versus Tweak, man. Had they started yet? They haven't started yet, have they? I might just put this on my left monitor and kind of look at it a little bit, just a teeny bit, or maybe like picture in picture. I could probably do picture in picture. Put it on for the chat. Nah, I can't because I don't have the permission or license to restream it. So that's what that is. So I will get in trouble. What are the graphics right now? I'm on medium. Yeah, they're on medium. All right, cool. So we're going to actually recook Heartseeker a little bit. I have a couple of things in mind. But I'm gonna just start by just trying to get better gear for the most part. Said thanks and about the bow. It's just because it's cooler. That's fair. It's just that 114 vulnerable damage is a lot to be missing though, especially early game. You did make one change. I dropped shrouding and dark shroud entirely. Yeah, so I actually did that last, like before you said that, Crafty, I actually did that last night after I got off stream. In fact, you can actually check my character, so therefore you know I'm totally not kidding you. So I did Monty Watt here, and then Zoa So I was actually doing it on my Heartseeker with no Dark Shroud. Just like 6 or 7 in the morning or whatever. But of course, I put more points into here. So when I am crowd controlled, I can actually take a little bit more damage. And then, of course, the rugged and a couple of points in the agile or whatever. Yeah, it actually doesn't feel that bad. However, I gotta figure out my movement speed, though. Because keep in mind, I don't really do any of the pushing that you do. So, like, my movement speed is kind of rough. And I also have this temper here, right? Whereas, like, you know, movement speed per Dark Shroud, you know what I mean? So it's kind of like I have to kind of re-roll that if I'm gonna keep it that way. The thing that would assassinate. I don't know if I really want to risk it. Oh, okay, that worked. The risk paid off. I'm also not armor capped too. Gotta be very careful. Oh, by the way, Watchkin, you're not armor capped either in those pictures. You want to reach 1,000. So like, yeah, if you're looking to try to be a little tankier, those little things actually helps. Speaking of which, in terms of recooking Heartseeker, there are a couple of things I did at the stream last night. And I actually put back on the Cowl the Nameless for whatever strange reason on Heartseeker. And I hit my highest crit so far on a Victimize setup. And that was 16 billion. 16 billion Victimize hit or whatever. And I was just like, wait a minute, what? And I'm trying to figure out why, considering that like there isn't any like, you know, I'm not running precision, so I'm not like double dipping with precision by any means. So Cowl really shouldn't be that great versus the Perdition on a Victimize setup. But I was quite shocked with how well I was performing. I'm like, hey, no way. And then kind of yes way. But I was like really tired. I was like, okay, let me go to bed. We'll figure it out tomorrow. The next day. So that's kind of where I'm at. Versus global multiplier. Yeah, but I mean, it works better with like precision, right? Obviously, just because of the way crit damage, you know, obviously you're scaling crit damage too. So whereas as if I'm not really scaling crit damage here. So I was just kind of surprised to see it work as well as it did. Yeah. I need some speed back. No. Crowd control. I need another amulet though. Maybe I can actually roll like some movement speed on the amulet. Cause I have the movement speed from that Warcraft, but it's still not like not enough. What should you do with the 3GA Sky Hunter? Do you plan on playing any rapid fire? Also depends on what's on it. And it can be 3GA and still be pretty bad. What is your question? You didn't ask a question. Wait, oh, what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do next? Stuff. Supposed to do stuff next. I made the most valuable already. Ooh. Spiritborn is already hitting for imaginary numbers and one tap 150 pits. Rose humbly pushing 80s. Are you saying that as if this is information like none of us knew here, or? Oh, well, I mean, yeah, that's the same thing. Right? We know. We know. It is silly. It's honestly the most asked question to my casual on P200 with each gear how to progress. Oh, man. I see what you mean. Hello from Brazil. Nice build. What's going on? Thank you. Yeah, that's pretty. That is pretty much every class, so. I'm about to figure out the movement speed situation. What's your all-time favorite road DH build between all games? UE multi-shot. D3 Demon Hunter. Like by far, it's like not even close. Oh, what? Why couldn't I shoot? Yeah, Cowl sucks on the bosses though, man. I still hate it. Like, on bosses. Yeah, I mean, I can tell a massive difference between like using a perdition on the boss versus using the Cowl on the boss, even on like Heartseeker. Is there anything like UE multi-shot in D4? No, not really. Barrage is probably the closest thing, but I mean, I still kind of say not really. I gotta figure out my movement speed situation. Probably like a different amulet. D3 Impale is your favorite. Well, there's stuff like that kind of similar in D4, right? I mean, there's Twisting Blades that has a similar playstyle where you just kind of run up and stab things. So you're currently farming 85s or random barrels. So when you say farming, like, how long is it taking you to do the 85s? Like, I've seen some videos of people actually doing 85s, like 85 with random barrels, but it definitely wasn't like 3 or 4 minute territory. Yeah, probably like 3 minutes. You got any videos of it? Clips, videos? Because like, how do you kill bosses? You'll make one soon? All right, looking forward to it. Monty Zambo Heartseeker right now. Andy's was decent. Got up to 2 million, up to 200 million ticks. But not enough. Oh, you're going Andy's Heartseeker. Is that what you're doing? You guys don't enjoy Twisting Blades, you don't know why? I mean, Twisting Blades has a more mechanical, like, coolness to it. I thought Twisting Blades is actually neat mechanically. But like, it kind of does the same thing. You stab in the face, but then also has the rotating blades, and then of course the returning blades to give you something else more to do. I guess that's me. Like, if I had to prefer like a melee build, Impale over Twisting Blades, I would totally choose Twisting Blades any day, just because there's more to do. The mechanic is just a little bit more interesting. However, you might like the gameplay of Diablo 3 better for melee stuff, which at that point, understood. Wow. I think I'm gonna drop cow traps for this. Yeah, that's fair. That's fine. Like I also enjoy like Diablo 3's combat mechanics a little more. Like I'm gonna say combat. I guess control, like character control, felt way better in D3. Especially with like stutter stepping, felt so much better in D3 than like D4. The D4 feels so stiff. It can at time, yeah. Is Barrage better with Tyrio's Might or Shroud of Death? Shroud of False Death is better for every rogue though, basically. I just haven't gotten around to updating all the Maxroll guys with that chest now that it's available. But that'll be in basically every rogue guide. But it's gonna be a little, say difficult, but like it'll be a little challenging to slot if you want a certain Paragon, because you need to be able to get your resistances elsewhere without losing a multiplier in your boots. So like like the Shroud of False Death is definitely more of an in-game setup, not something that you could slot if you're like Paragon 150 or so. So I gotta think of, I'm probably gonna end up keeping Tyrio's Might in some way, in terms of like as an option. Like tell people, hey, you know, if you can't cap your resistances via Paragon, you're gonna have to run so and so. So that's probably what I would end up doing. Oh, I guess I can keep this. I feel like I like dropped a couple of things. I guess that's fine. Yeah, I just need some speed. How does survive on T4 without Tyrio's Might? Don't get hit. And that probably sounds silly, but like honestly, that's kind of it. Barrier, second wind. Make sure you keep your barrier up as long as you possibly can, and don't get hit. That is Rogue in a nutshell. Can I trade gems for hide? No. If that was the case, we would have solved our problems with rawhide a long time ago. And densive knives, I think the stealth rate can be snapshotted. It can't. We've tried and tested it. It can't be snapshotted. Or at least the damage. So the concealment itself, yes. But we can't snapshot the damage. So you can get like a perma crit or whatever like that from concealment, yes. So yeah, that we already know if that's what you're talking about. Is that what you're doing on Rain of Arrows? How many paragons would you need to cap your resistances? I don't know the exact number. But what made them change damage numbers? Because it was looking really silly. So, I mean, the damage numbers still look really silly, but it was looking pretty silly in general. So they decided to give it the D3 treatment. Do I still think Twisting Blaze build is viable at all in season 6? It depends on what you call, or it depends on what you find viable. What is viable to you, or what do you consider viable? What makes Shroud a false death so good? The +1 to all passives. Literally, that's pretty much it. Are you busy updating the Heartseeker build? Well, at the moment, I'm busy streaming D4, but I will be updating all builds with Shroud of Death pretty soon. Shroud of Frost Deaths pretty soon. Let me actually put back on the other helm for comparisons. And Derek, what's going on? Keep forgetting to use my whatchamacallit. Yeah, that +1 to pass, like, cause there's so many passes you get, and a lot more like boosted damage. So it's like nutty. Is that how am I feeling? I'm all right. You just did 400 Vershawn's kill you, please. Nah, man, you gotta finish up your you gotta finish You gotta finish your Maxroll duties first, man. And then we could talk about, you know, offering you later. What up, maybe? How is a Heartseeker? Well, one Heartseeker does pretty okay, you know, but you're gonna need more than just one to clear things. But I mean, of course I went the wrong way. Of course I did. Shimmy's what's happening. Hey, I really like Rapid Fire, but I can't seem to do that much damage. Supposed to be 20, 30 million. I feel like I'm doing rotation fine. I got good Sky 124 Paragon. Most glyphs for 45. What could it be? Well, 20 to 30 mil hits are quite low. So, like, it can be several different things. Ranks to Rapid Fire. How many trick attacks do you have? You say you got a good Sky Hunter. I mean, what you mean by good Sky Hunter? Combination dagger, same thing. Scoundrel's Kiss. It's a combination of a bunch of things, not just one thing. Decent crit damage, tempers, rolls, etc. Make sure you have all the aspects. Is Flurry viable this season? Depends on what you mean viable, but I mean Flurry does T4 just fine. Like it does. It's actually, I would say Flurry is probably a little underrated this season. Just because we're so used to Flurry being underrated that. But yeah, I mean Flurry's doing good. No, wait. So like TB tweak. It looks like. I see. Okay. Sorry, I'm watching the other thing too. I feel like Cowl's getting on my nerves. Cowl and Nameless is getting on my nerves. Go like that. What's the best way to farm higher aspects? There kind of isn't really any like one particular way. Just have to drop and you get lucky. Or trade. You can always just, you know, get gold and trade. Buy the better aspect. These are old boss seller higher aspects. I mean, yeah, as long as it rolls ancient, yeah. Ancient, ancestral. Keep saying ancient. I messed that up. Actually, I didn't get not a single good hit. I casted that rain without the shadow imbuement. I can totally tell. My potion ran out. Use 1500 iron to try to make a Heartseeker build. That's actually not a lot of iron. That's actually not a lot at all. It's actually pretty good value if you actually succeeded. That's actually pretty good. Is there a build plan for Barrage with the Shroud of Floss death? I have to put it on Maxroll. I'm gonna do that tomorrow. So I have you all covered with all the builds tomorrow. I guess I haven't had any time like at the end of yesterday nor today. But I mean, at the moment, if you want, you literally could just put on Shroud and then take a look at your Paragon boards. Because it's I mean, you don't have to switch these Paragon boards around or anything like that. You just got to look at what's on the Paragon boards and try to pick up as many all resistance places as you possibly can. That's pretty much it. And some of the all resistance places are going to also have armor. So there's going to also be able to help cap your armor as well. I mean, and that's kind of the gist of it. Like, it's really not anything too complicated. So like you won't need to like perform perform surgery or anything. Just I would take some points out of like instead of maxing candy or maxing like some of the other things you don't need to max out yet, other than exploit, of course. You just put those points into res and stuff. That's it. Hit me against the wall. So we can use the exploit glyph. Why would we? I guess why would we want to use exploit glyph though? Unless I'm missing something. But yeah, we're physical. Unconditional. At that point, wouldn't chip be better though? No, I guess we're already using chip, right? Yeah, I guess. True. Actually, yeah, you're right. We'll just be missing one, like, multiplier though, right? Because the secondary is just making them vulnerable. Something that we don't have a real problem doing. Messing with Paragon board scares you, but I really want to try Shroud, so you want to give it a shot. Yeah, it's actually not as hard as I thought it was gonna be, honestly, to cap. Like I was expecting to have to like roll some res on like gear or whatever, to compensate or whatever, and I didn't have to do that. I did cheat a little bit by using right here with his res thing or whatever. That actually is what made it really easy. Might be a little harder if you're playing like in a group with friends or whatever. Then you might, because then you're gonna have to figure out the rest of the 15 resistances you're not getting. But yeah. I really should actually like start working on my Heartseeker gear. So I still got a crossbow without GA vulnerable and a 750 sword. I'm not like invested into this at all. Speaking of ancestral crossbows, nope, that's not it. Never played a Diablo game before. Would I recommend to give this a try? Have you played any looters before? Like, have you ever like played any looter games, like Destiny or Borderlands or like those kind of things? Path of Exile. Yeah, there's a glyph that works like exploit. It said Pride. Is that Pride's more crit damage? How so? Need to cook? Alright. like no builds use the new Paragon board dance. That's because you can't really make use of that legendary node at all. Like you just can't. Like, there's nothing you can do. It's neat in theory, but the uptime on it is so bad that it's just not worth taking. Dash shoot, dash shoot. I mean, there's just really there's no way to really take advantage of it to where it doesn't just completely throw off your rotation and or damage. Like that legendary node just needs to deal a lot more damage than that, honestly. For it to be even be considered, and even then, it'll still be so clunky that I would never like recommend it. Oh, that was a really weak rain of arrows. Whoops. The one thing I don't like about having the cowl boss fight. Send me Discord page, cool. You got a quad GA finish Lord Talisman with the 56% affix roll. Are you gonna sell that or what? What you gonna do with that? Because that's like jackpot for the most part. Would be so much better if we could just have a second loadout to swap between something. Blizzard, please. They're working on it. They are working on it. Excalibur with the 10 gifted memberships on YouTube, bro. I appreciate the generosity. I don't know what I did to deserve that, but I I appreciate you. Also, the guys you get the memberships to also appreciate you. They maybe have dance macros, and that's a nice build. I don't know if that's in the updated version or not, but. And the pick, what is that? Wow, I totally wasn't paying attention.
Potato, 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 potato. Hey.
You just paying your dues. You're gonna have to do that. I appreciate you, nonetheless. Alright. Let's shake things up now a little bit. Now that I played a little bit. You need these glasses. Yeah, hold on. Let me make some adjustments. I kind of wanna. There is a part of me does want to try to play this without preparation, but I do an inner sight thing. But like, there's so many multipliers you get by going preparation. But then you also have to add things like shard, and like shard is really like shard itself for just for the attack speed is like super good. Like that's like worth like 2 aspects on its own. But you don't really get anything else outside of that. Also, Starless Skies is actually nice. But it's like if I don't do preparation, I do like, let's say, inner sight, then I won't be able to use second wind. So I'll be missing a barrier and 15% damage reduction. So it's kind of like, oof. So it's like, I could try to go with like a legendary ring and a legendary sword. But I'll have issues defense wise because those 2 things are pretty big. Also, no witness is also like huge. Like, but I can solve the no witness issue by just putting on petrify. So that's not a problem. With that being said, Shroud. Hey man, I had a few questions. I'm trying to see the damage after stealth procs on Death Trap and having a hard time telling if it's the entire Death Trap, that's the attack, or is it just 1 tick? That's actually a very good question. I don't know. I would have, in theory, it should work through the whole death trap, but it's probably just on the first hit. That's a very good question, though. The funny thing about it is that, like, Pursuit, what's going on? I think on Reign of Arrows, I think no, it doesn't. Never mind, it doesn't do that on Reign of Arrows either. But you can snapshot the concealment part of it though. But so yeah, you can snapshot concealment and this the whole thing, but not, I don't know about the damage. Game still doesn't provide enough raw high, it just burns through them too quickly. Like I said, I haven't been masterworking much of anything, so like I have not run into any of those issues yet at all. Eventually I'll be where you guys are at with that, but man, I am not there. Hey, why is it 4 out of 5 here? Oh, that makes sense. Never mind. I'm an idiot. All right, so put that there. We'll put contrast back into rotation. Do shadow step here. Shadow traps. I'll go more like season 4-ish type playstyle. And then instead I'll use it's probably in my stash. Where's that? Run at? So petrifying. Petrify there. Guess I'll try to keep Warcraft for now. But sure, we'll do this. See how I feel about this. Let's see, watch out and build on 12% multiplier. The idea was just to try to make it hit as hard as I possibly can, but I might be pulling away from that. Ow. That's what mixed shadow. Look at what mixed shadow imbuement says. So as long as the enemy is shadow imbued, you get a 12% multiplier. Or the enemies take 12% more damage, basically, from non-physical damage, which your damage is not physical. So what you do is you use Reign of Arrows to apply the shadow imbuement to all the mobs. Reign of Arrows also knocks them down, so that also gives you your other portion of malice. So it plays as like a double thing. The only thing I don't like about it is the fact that running it with Starless Skies means that you have less uptime on the actual ultimate itself. So you don't get the effect as often as you would like. But it's hard to drop Starless Skies because it's just so good. There's 33% damage on smoke. You don't have it up all the time, and you have to stay in the cloud. Well, okay, you don't have to stay necessarily in the cloud, but yeah, you don't have it up permanently. So it's not an actual 33%. So you got to think about duration, not just a buff. And all other stats in the ring is pretty terrible. Whereas on Starless Skies, the lucky hit chance is actually really good on this build. The attack speed is phenomenal on this build, and the 50% multiplier is damn nice. So yeah, that other ring doesn't compare. Like if I had to drop Starless, I would just drop it for a regular legendary ring, not the crit ring. Ugh. Finding a new tab. I mean, you're not gonna really on anything that isn't Dancing Knives, because you know Dancing Knives is obviously the new kid in the block. I don't think we're gonna find any new tag. It's just more so of a something I didn't consider before because I didn't think it was worth. Let's try, sort of thing. That's about the most that's gonna happen. Is Andario's vision still viable for Rogue? Depends on what your definition of viable is. Can I ask what would be the best path for you to get Tyrael's Might on your internal realm road? Bossing. Literally bossing. Like bossing a lot. Like a lot. And more. And a lot. And more. And when you think you're done, more. That's really about it. That's all I can tell you. That actually felt good. I can tell I miss, you know, not having some of the missing multipliers though, but that actually felt good. So you thought I'll still be on Barrage? It's not what that's not what the title says of the stream. Anything that I found on Heartseeker will probably apply to Barrage anyways, because they're both Victimize related, so. I am finding that Cowl the Nameless is probably a better helm, even on Victimize, than Perdition. So that's an interesting find. I found that out yesterday. Off stream, I was like, you know, I'm just throwing a Cowl just for the hell of it. And it was really good. I expected it to be bad, but considering that I'm not running precision, I didn't think I was going to get much value out of it, as much value out of it. But I was wrong. Totally messed this up. don't need to get expansion to get ancestral mythic uniques now. Nope. Those are, yep, that is base game stuff. T3 or T4. I'm not sure you can do T4 yet though. I mean, you can do them in T3, yeah. You can just boss run in T3 if you would like. What makes Cowl and Nameless better? Trick attacks. It's just really strong. Like, really, really strong. Any recommendations if you're broke and don't have expansion yet? So the runes don't really do that much. Deathbox, like the runes offer some interesting quality of life stuff, but they don't. Runes aren't going to get you from like T3 to T4 by themselves. In fact, honestly, if you want me to actually prove that point, I can actually run all these runs right now with no runes if you want me to. I just put decks in the gear. They're nice to have, don't get me wrong. But I think people put too much emphasis on thinking that, oh, well, these builds are only good with runes. Therefore, I must get the expansion in order to be able to do T4 or whatever. And like, that's not the case. In fact, I think the runes in general, the rune system in general is pretty underwhelming. They're just kind of there. Hey man, I was wondering between your rapid fire build and the Maxroll guide, which one is more up to date? Though some things are different, like using Ironwood's Call over here, or some legendary aspects. It should be identical. Because when I did the video, I also updated the Maxroll guide like at the same time. Can you tell me what's different? Like the aspects should all, for the most part, be the same. There might be like one that's different. Like there may be repeating or not repeating depending on whether you're using the push setup or not, kind of thing. Like, can I feed that burrito to you? You caught me like right when my shadow step was on cooldown. You hear my people, what song is this? It's actually Berkeley College of Music, I think. Usually they have to kind of do like a recital in which they kind of have to make their own piece, music piece or whatever. And so different ethnic groups do different things. And so I found that one to be like really, really cool. So I, yeah, put it on my playlist. You said no? I mean, there's a whole thing on YouTube with them actually doing exactly that. That's exactly where I got it from. Maxroll says expecting for gloves. Video had edge master. Okay, so where the aspects are might be different in the different slots, but are the aspects the same everywhere? Like, do you have the same type of aspects? Like, expectant should be on both, or a period. Like, you should have expectant no matter what. So whether it's on a glove or it's on a sword or whatever, that shouldn't matter. Yeah, so like, yeah, the only slots that really matter in terms of like where it has to be are like amulets and like the two-hand weapon slot. But yeah, like the difference between having it on a ring or a sword or a glove is it's like all the same. It doesn't matter. Oh, I gotta backtrack. Ooh. What's the highest of clear with Heartseeker? I haven't pushed, so I don't know what my highest would be. I don't think I plan on pushing. I guess the moment that I'm like, I get to the point where like pushing is all that's left, I'll probably play a different game. You gonna play the new Monster Hunter? Oh, you're gonna play it too, Crafty? I'm thinking about it. The timing is gonna be what's important actually. Tyrio solves always just not too lazy to optimize your resist. Dude, I'm telling you, man. If you're playing Rapid Fire, you want that Shroud of False Death. It's probably the biggest damage buff for any particular Rogue build. Simply because +1 trick attacks for Rapid Fire is huge. So, you're gonna want that. Yeah, I'm also like missing like +1 trick attacks on my Cowl in general. So, like that's a pretty big damage that I'm kind of losing. I'm still running last season's core Rapid Fire, and it seems pretty decent still. Is physical version superior? Yes, it is. Not only is it superior, it's also more intuitive, easier to play. Not managing the imbuements, you can actually run with Starless and not run out of imbue charges because you're not really dealing with imbuement at all. Yeah, physical is just the way to go. You attack so fast that you really can't make great use of Cowl right now. At least not in a consistent manner. You'll have higher bursts. But overall, your damage should be less. Should you change? I mean, that's up to you. If you enjoy playing Cold, then don't let me like convince you otherwise. I mean, you can still do Cold if you want. I'm just saying, like, if you're asking me my opinion on which is better, I'm gonna tell you physical. But you can do Cold if you would like. This is coming from somebody who really likes Cold and Rapid Fire. So, yeah. I mean, my whole new Rapid Fire video was based around physical, not because I just I mean, obviously, yeah, it's fun, but like, it's because it's actually like the better option. And you free up a skill slot. And you free up temper. So like, yeah. So I'm more mobile with this setup, but I definitely don't hit as hard. Like, at all. Maybe I can try, okay, any other class 150 or just Spiritborn? Just Spiritborn. I have physical, but Starless guys and interiors is just brutal to farm. I mean, you can do physical without Starless guys. You don't have to have Starless guys to do physical. It just means that it'll be better when you get Starless guys. Eventually, you'll get a drop. Also gives you something to work for, right? Gives you something to work towards. Yeah, just do boss rotas until either it drops or until you have the runes to be able to craft your own. Getting boss mass is actually pretty easy this season. See, Andy Rogue is useless. I'm gonna say it's useless. But I guess it depends on what are you, I guess, your expectations. I mean, you can technically run T4 with Andes if you want, but it's just kind of your expectations. Is that you, Sir Genius? I'm just looking at your message now, Crafty. I see what you did there. Yeah. 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 Yep. And it's also unconditional at the end of the day too. So that's also. Yep. Do you know if Dark Shroud spawn from the rune are affected by the skill tree Dark Shroud? Yes. Yep, it sure is. You're struggling with energy on Barrage without Starless. Are you missing something about the lucky hit? I have 120. Well, the better the lucky hit, the easier it is for you to get innervation back. Therefore, the easier it is for you to be able to spam Barrage. So without Starless, you got to make sure that you do have innervation tempers on all pieces of your gear. That's very important. Like all jewelry slots, like both rings, amulet. something else you can do in the meantime, if that's not enough, you can roll like chance to restore primary energy on like a sword. Instead of like max health or dex. You can go that route. That helps actually a lot. If you don't want to do any of that, you can just run inner sight instead of no witness. Sorry, inner sight instead of preparation. But it means that you won't be able to use your ultimate and stuff like that. So, yeah, as long as you're hitting something, especially have the totem out. Make sure that you have the totem out. So, like, anytime that you're in a big engagement, make sure you do have your totem out. Because then, like, the ricochets off the totem for the Umber Crux also counts towards your innovation procs. So that's important too. And last but not least, you can always run with a resourcefulness elixir. That also helps. You try the Mother's Ring. I mean, I don't know. I find that ring. I mean, an aspect would be better than that ring. Like just like a regular legendary with an aspect. But technically speaking, you really wouldn't need to have an aspect or have to use that ring. You don't want to lose more damage than you have to at the end of the day. Can I help you out with questions around the Dancing Eyes build by chance? I mean, I can, but why not get the master himself, Mippy, who's in chat, to answer the questions for you. No Renoveros. We're activating Cheap Shot with runes. Well, Cheap Shot doesn't do anything. All I gotta do is be close. You mean no witness? I'm using Petrify to activate no witness. I'm messing around with things. So like, you know, this is all just kind of figuring out different ways to ultimately end up at the same goal. So, and each time I try something like Renoveros is really good. But it does take some time for it to travel to do stuff. So I'm trying to think of like a more intuitive or more a quicker option for the speed farming portion of it. Because I mean, yeah, sure, you can push for Heartseeker, but that's not what you can really. That's not what you're really going to be playing Heartseeker for. So I'm more concerned about just general content and making that feel like as amaze balls as possible. I have 2 points and I don't really know where I ever put them. Whatever, this is fine. You put points into ultimate damage in the Paragon. Do they really add to the build without using Shadow Clone? Yeah, because Shadow Clone doesn't do any damage. If you read the guide on Maxroll by chance or look at the video, if you look at this node here, read this node, no witness node, your ultimate skills gain an additional 10% damage from your damage with ultimate bonus. That part you don't care about. That part is useless. The second part you care about is, and grant this bonus to all skills for 10 seconds when cast. So ironically enough, that works to Victimize, even though it's not a skill, but it works to Victimize. Kind of nutty. But yeah, so you need to get ultimate skills damage to be able to buff that maximum damage or the damage bonus here. That's what you're doing it for. You're not doing it for the actual ultimate to actually deal any damage, because it's not. It does nothing. Okay. Let me see what other shitty ring I can put in place. Yeah, this is a nice shitty ring. Boom. We'll just plop that here. Whisper's the best place to farm gold. Actually, honestly, boss runs are. Boss rotas. Just do a bunch of bosses. Bossing. Like. Dang, are you serious? Wait a minute. Like, I know my Starless Skies gave me as two R resist rolls, but dang, was it that big? That might be a little bit of there it is. So I was like, where's my Starless Skies at? Yeah, okay, so it'll be like 14.5% resistances I'm losing out on. Cause I didn't upgrade this, so so 50, it's 14, still 14 point, wait a minute, was I capped before? Okay, so no, I wasn't capped before, but why? Have I been running without being capped all this time? I swear I was capped. Make sure that the mercenary didn't do anything weird. Okay, no, the mercenary is doing his job. Did I change? Huh. So I wasn't capped before. I was running at 63. All right. I guess I can fix that. Oh, I know what I did. No, that's not it. That's still not it. No, that's not it. Hmm. I actually don't think I have another outlet for R. I think I took every possible R resist I could. Huh. How was I capped yesterday? I'm about to look at my stream. Yeah, my stream VOD yesterday. I'm like, how was I capped yesterday, but I'm not capped today? Gotta take this extra couple of points there. That's gonna bother me because I knew I was capped yesterday. Because I refused to run until I was. Must have made a change somewhere. And I don't remember what it was. I don't want to upgrade this shitty ring either. Incense, I didn't use incense. I literally don't ever use incense at all for anything. I don't like them. I don't like how short the duration is. I don't want to get into the custom of like using them. If I was pushing, I would, but the hordes aren't that good for gold. All right. I mean, I guess I could technically get like an all resist roll on like pants or boots or whatever. But like, I don't want to do that. Although that would fix the issue. But yeah, it's gonna bother me because I have no idea what I did different. Not bad though. I was surviving just fine, being undercapped on both the armor and resistance. Wouldn't recommend though totally would not recommend. Let me make sure I saved that. My favorite, if I was gonna salvage that, that'd have been real bad. Nah. I could put an all resist gem in here, but did not have issues with armor. I guess maybe I could pick up, because I didn't really take much armor anywhere on purpose. Like I could do this armor here. It's also armor here. Oh, that's not armor here. It's armor here. Armor here. That's kind of it, actually. That's the only place I didn't take armor. Okay. Alright. I guess it's just a matter of figuring this out later. But I swear I was capped. Don't know what happened. JTH with the Prime, appreciation. Just joining and I saw math. I think I need to leave again. Find someone not playing Broken Spiritborn. What's up, Bozified? Also, Jersey, appreciate the Prime. I don't think I saw you. Just sorry you meant no witness, yeah. I was just in the room for that. So I guess now I have to move some things around though, if I do a regular ring. So if I do Retribution conceded, that means I have to go no, I guess I can't do that either. Because there's really no other good aspect though. Got that. Basic attacks. I mean, I guess there is. No, there really isn't another good one. There's elements, but it's still kind of rough. Jersey with the 5 get the subs, appreciate you. Yeah, alright, so then I'm gonna go back to the Dark Shroud. Where's my Mott rune at? There it is, Mott. Alright. I'm not capped, but I'm not gonna worry about it. I have Poison Imbue cast on this ring still. I'm gonna amulet because this is my my whatchamacallit. It's my amulet for my Barrage build. It's just better than when I have anything on Heartseeker, so I just borrowed it. Let's max out. Okay, no, we did max that out already. Okay. Okay. Alright, let's see if I can sustain. Yes, sir, you've been my go-to content creator for all things. Just really appreciate the awesome content. Thanks, man. Oh god, that feels like considerably worse. Yeah, that's just way too big of a multiplier to be missing. I can instantly tell. That is such a big difference. Yeah, you're running Sim Mott on your rapid fire build, and you're starving for Shroud and charges. Sim is evade, right? Yeah. So I mean, every 2 evades, you should get a Dark Shroud Shadow. So technically speaking, you probably be evading after most of your rapid fires. So every 2 evades, you're gonna get a Shroud. If you don't like that one, you can always choose a different rune, a different ritual. I guess figure I put that there because it's easiest for someone to trigger it because you're gonna automatically trigger it anyways because you're gonna be evading a lot anyways. But yeah, bro, what did I do here, man? I guess I would be capped if I had an ancestral neck or close to cap. That's gonna bother me, man. That's so gonna bother me. What's my opinion of poison versus physical barrage? I actually like physical barrage better, but poison is just better because especially when you include the shroud, the boss death chest, you're getting +1 to alchemist advantage, alchemical advantage. You're also getting +1 on the alchemist fortune. So you can't use these two with that. I mean, I guess you can technically roll like a poison elemental, but then you're also missing barrage projectile, so it's really not worth the cancelization out. So technically speaking, you'll be missing over 40% crit chance and 1 frame breakpoint if you chose to go physical. Now, physical will hit like 5% harder. Well, a little bit more, like 7 or 8% harder. If you want to include well, actually I lied. I'd say a little bit more than that, maybe about 10% harder, because you'll be using the chip glyph, which will give you a slightly bigger bonus than like candy would. And so you'll drop candy for chip, which chip is a bigger bonus plus it's dex. So you stack dex on that glyph instead of doing intel for candy. So it's roughly about 10% ish bonus, but you lose 40% lucky hit chance and frame break point, so that cancels that out. So poison just makes more sense. I've already did the whole like math and like I thought that through because I've thought about it. I really thought about it, and I was like, nah, I kind of can't. Also consider doing a version around Andorra's Vigis. No. Oh, you're talking to Mippy. Said guide the raid. Wait, to who? Precision Cold Barrage valuable this season? Is it also not? True. I said dancing not still good. Yeah, it's even better now. Mippy's been coming across new tech. It seems like once every couple of days. I use a 3GA dex attack speed lucky hit over a no GA exploit frigid neck. Nope. Well, exploit isn't that great. Frigid is good. But what's the third one? I'd probably use the first one and then just remove either attack speed or lucky hit off of it for a passive. That's your best bet. How do you have the resistance for Torment 4 if you swap Tyrael for Shroud? Paragon. Does Dex not do much for Barrage? Oh yeah, it does. I'm just saying like passives are gonna be stronger technically. But it just depends on what you've only given me part of the picture. Like the second amulet was what? You gave me 2 stats on the second amulet. You gave me 3 stats on the first amulet. You didn't tell me if you rerolled anything on the first amulet or not. So there's information missing there. Precision Cold Barrage. Technically, you can. I actually did do a little bit of that myself, like off stream. Fun. You can. I don't. It's really not worth it though. Honestly, it's really not worth. You can. What's the highest pit a Rogue can make in which build? Well, so far, 106 where Rapid Fire has been done, so that's the highest. Other builds will be able to creep at or slightly into the 100s too, but I don't think there's been many people that has tried as much. But since Crafty is a Rapid Fire god, it is not surprising that he got Rapid Fire above 100 as fast as he did. So it's kind of to be expected there, but we haven't had anyone else with the equivalent of Crafty for Rapid Fire do it for, like, let's say Heartseeker, Barrage, or Dance of Knives quite yet. So like in terms of like in the position to push, like have all their stuff together or most of the stuff together, and it's like, okay, now it's time to push. So with that being said, I still think Rapid Fire has the highest ceiling, just simply because the false death actually just made it even better. I think Rapid Fire benefits the most from that chest out of any build. So Rapid Fire was already considered the strongest push, so it'll keep that title. But if you're not interested in like trying 200 to 300 times per pit level at the highest end to clear, then like any of the builds will work just fine. You don't have to pick a build that's only good or the best at at clearing the highest pits to have a great time in T4. You have a great time in T4 with any of the setups or builds. I can't believe I'm not capped though. I'm like low key like upset about that. Am I sacrificing damage though to get all those resistance nodes in Paragon? No, not really. No, not. I mean, I'm sacrificing some dex nodes, but that's about it. Well worth getting the Shroud by far. I think, to accommodate what I'm doing right now, I think I might roll like all resistance somewhere. I could probably do it here as long as I keep the Perdition Helm though. I can just remove the movement speed or whatever and be fine. It's probably the easiest way to do it without like losing health. Not that you're that upset about it because you have a lot of it from Shroud, but you also don't have any damage reduction like you used to with materials. So yeah, you gotta be careful with that. All right, I think we're back to like the original setup after messing around with things. Then enjoying Heartseeker build, made a second row to play by using this and not to farm main. Wasn't sure if I would like it and didn't want a chance on redoing everything. Makes sense. Oh, Waller. CC'd. There's a lot of CC there. That's so strong when everything hits. I'm out of mobs. One of these days, though, I'll actually get like the proper gear for this setup. Won't be today, though, but one of these days. What mythics, uniques are needed for this build? No build necessarily needs mythic uniques, but they're better with it. You can always check out the Maxroll guide. For the latest updates and the latest planner, etc. I should wear his pride. Oh yeah, that's pride. Yo, are you guys farming? Where are you farming your ancestral legendaries? It's just drops, honestly. The people who have them are just playing more. It's pretty much it. Or botters are botting, and they're selling the gear, and people are just buying said gear. And there isn't like a magical place that's going to give you significantly more ancestrals than elsewhere, but you can force it a little bit through Cuirass Undercity or whatever if you have the right tribute to do so. And also Inferno Horse is not bad, but it is a 15-minute run, or depending on the amount of waves you have, to be able to get GAs out of the chest. So there isn't like one spot where it's like, yo, do this and you're gonna get like a jillion ancestrals. Random arrow explosions are so satisfying. They are. What pit level do you think Heartseeker can comfortably do by spending time to optimize? Because you got here until today. So when you say comfortably, are you talking about farming, or are you talking about like pushing? Because like my setup isn't really optimized at all. Like I have no GA vulnerables on my weapons at all. And most of the stuff is 8 out of 12 masterwork. Farming. Optimize. Which I would assume better gear than what I have. 75. So 70 to 75 would be like a good spot for speed farming. Probably say closer to 70, just so that you can actually possibly run direct damage again somewhat, and be able to clear on the way, so you're not just having to go from elite pack to elite pack. But that's getting to a little bit more detail than you're probably asking for. Okay. If you wouldn't get on discussion, I'm curious about incorporating more direct damage. Enjoy Heartseeker more than this and that, but slowly trying to acquire Heartseeker gear. So direct damage Heartseeker is more. So direct damage Heartseeker will be maxing out your Heartseeker damage in general. Let me see if I can kind of give a better idea. So you will go Moonrise on your weapon, adaptability on your amulet, but it means you have to shift those aspects down. Conceited and retribution down, which means that your victimized damage obviously goes down, but your actual Heartseeker damage goes up. Heartseeker ranks on pants kind of helps, but I probably wouldn't go that far. And then of course a nice shard of Varathiel and having like a decent basic skills damage here. What this allows you to do is that like your actual Heartseeker arrows, you know, will crit for like anywhere, like in a decent direct damage setup, your Heartseeker arrows will crit for anywhere between like 30 to 50 million each without Victimize procs. So for trash mobs, that's like really good because trash mobs don't have a lot of HP. So like, let's say if you're speed farming, you're like, you're basically one-shotting trash mobs along the way, which actually speeds up your speed farming, believe it or not. Because you're not having to just skip them and waiting on Victimize procs to do all your damage for you. You can do the damage yourself. Now, once you get to a certain point, you're gonna actually want to go, like if you want to kind of try to technically speed farm the higher pits, even though you don't really need to do that. Like let's say you want to like speed farm 80 or whatever with like GG gear. At that point, you're gonna want to go. You want to spec all like pure Victimize because just the like the health of the mobs are just too big for your regular Heartseeker arrows to do anything. So like that's what I mean. I'll give you a great example actually. Let's actually do that right now. Let me put on direct damage. Heartseeker. All right.
The wonders of sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help you?
Moon. Adapt here. Actually, I haven't done this since I had the Shroud, so this actually might be a little interesting. I don't know if I should do Retribution or should I just keep Rapid. No, it's Retribution because I did pick up Memorize, so. And then remove some points some places. Actually, Impetus is actually good here too. But what am I missing? If I got too many points somewhere and I don't know where. I do it like this. That's fine. Okay. So I think this should be it. So not a big change if you notice. Let me see what his Fist of Fate looks like. Oh, that's actually that's actually a really good Fist of Fate.
Hello.
Congratulations, guy. Yeah, so like let's say I want to go down to like 70, right? So let's go down to 70.
Hello. Greetings.
Yeah, my tummy. You mean my pelvis? Or groin area. Alright, so yeah, so at this point, as you can see clearly, like the hungering arrows are actually like chonking the trash along the way, making it pretty efficient to actually like stick around and beat up the trash. Just as long as you do it along the way and you're like, you know, moving forward. It technically feels better, honestly, even though at the end of the day it's obviously less damage than going direct, than going pure Victimize, but it feels nice to not have to wait for the 0.5 second proc sometimes. Yeah, you can literally just walk through. So that's the reason why, like, in the guide initially, especially like the ancestral version or whatever, like the starter ancestral, like I go towards more direct damage just because that's going to make a bigger difference at that level around that range. Once you start adding mythics into the equation, though, I have to kind of almost be like up to you. But yeah, my booms aren't as big. But my arrows actually deal some damage. And like, yeah, that is direct damage. Wish we can do a little bit more with that. Like, I wish there was like we can kind of make that a little stronger, but I don't know. But I just hate cow traps. I don't like cow traps either. It is still pretty strong in some cases. So today they found another bug that made damage go from trillions to quadrillions. I've seen quadrillion damage numbers actually yesterday. No, yesterday or 2 days ago. 2 days ago, I think it was. I saw Lucky Luciano like post a screenshot somewhere of him doing like, it was like 10 quadrillion damage somewhere around that range. It's like ridiculous. So yeah, I definitely want to do 80s, but I know that'll take time. Yeah, it'll take time. I guess, like, even for me, like, again, like, let's kind of go over like the gear I have, right? So like I have a GA Dex here, which is not ideal. I even have Heartseeker projectiles masterwork, which again isn't really ideal since I can get it here too as well. So I'm missing a lot of vulnerable damage between the two here. This one's okay. I have a non-ancestral amulet, so there's a lot of room to grow there. So, and also I haven't even finished masterworking this 8 yet. This is 7 out of 12. So bringing this up a little bit is gonna allow me to reach the next break point, which is gonna help with damage. So I definitely got some room to go, but yeah. Which rogue build do you think can reach pit 100 and not take 15 minutes to complete? And not take 15 minutes to complete? You mean like every time, or because every rogue build is probably gonna have, like, you're gonna have to find the right situation to be able to do a 100. Rapid fire probably has it the easiest getting there, but rapid fire probably has it the hardest in terms of the right boss. You get the right boss, you can clear the 100 every time with GG Korean gear, obviously. I won't say GG Korean gear, but like really good gear. But every rogue build is going to take, like, most of the time close to 15 minutes basically to clear a 100 with really good gear. So you'll have to fish really hard to get it below, like to get like a 11 or a 12 minute clear probably. Just trying to push the limit on rogue, but there is nothing to go that high for the glyphs. Well, you don't have to necessarily do 100 to be able to level your glyphs to 100. I mean, you can drop it down to, I think 89 is probably the highest you absolutely have to do. you still have a chance to upgrade your glyphs, even though it'll take you long. It'll take you a while to do it that way. Honestly, the easiest way to do it is just get your friends to get your Spiritborn friends to level your glyphs for you. Just have them carry you in one-on-ones or whatever, or higher. Like that's your best bet. I mean, they're OP as hell. Might as well use them for something. Know what I'm saying? It's 4% chance on 98. Yeah, no, but it's like a 1% chance on like 89. So the thing is that you have a chance. So if you can do 89, you know, semi quickly ish, then like, you know, you can technically have a chance to continue to keep leveling your glyphs. If you're like, if your glyph is like 98, 99 of like that, it's like a 1% chance at 89. See, I don't know. I guess hate cow traps. Too bad they nerfed evade. What does evade have to do with cow traps? Are you talking about the evade build from Spiritborn? I mean, it's still really good. Like the evade build on Spiritborn is still good. Like it just went from being like Omega Super S plus tier to just being S tier. So so evade went from S tier to S tier. I mean, that's probably a very. I think a lot of classes that isn't Spiritborn would love to be in that position. It's like, oh, you know, evade is super good, right? They fixed this so it's not breaking servers, and it's still better than most of the builds in the game. Like, imagine other classes being in that position right now. Like, oh man, it went from being one of the best builds to still one of the best builds. Man. It's just probably not top 4 on Spiritborn anymore, but it's still better than all the other classes builds. So I don't know. I don't know if I can relate to that as a rogue at the moment. You know, I guess, you know, it'd be nice if we even had S tier builds that is capable of the power of the nerfed evade. It'd be nice. Just saying. They're gonna nerf things without seriously messing things up. It should have been happening day 2, day 3. Now people just put too much into builds and they'll be really upset. Yep, you're exactly right. SO Tech. That's exactly what I said in my stream yesterday, actually. And the day before, I said I think it's too late for them to make any real big sweeping changes in terms of the bugs trying to bring Spiritborns back to reality, quote unquote. But that's Blizzard's fault, because the moment that they saw that a couple of things were bugged, and we told them what some of the bugs were, like before the season launch. So like it's not like we didn't tell them. It was there. So we told them. Some new bugs cropped up, but they cropped up on day 1. And what they should have did was that they really should have just like fixed it then, or disable that Paragon node or whatever. Like they should have just did that on day 1 before people started investing into the character. Then at that point it's like, oh well, no problem. We can you know, we can fix things. We can, you know, do whatever. But because they didn't do that and they waited all this time, it's like, well, now you got a problem, because so many people have invested time and whatever into the Spiritborn bugged builds that all you're gonna do is piss them off. So will Blizzard take action about the other classes this season? I'm sure some buffs are gonna happen for other classes, but don't expect the buffs to put any classes on the realm of Spiritborn level power. Like it'll be buffs to like underutilized things on classes, things that probably needed buffs anyways, regardless of Spiritborn being the case or not. So we'll probably see that like mid-season, but like don't expect to see, you know, for like let's say rogues to go from like the low 100s to like 150s after mid-season patch. No, that's not happening. It's just not. Nope. So anyhow, give me a sec, guys. I'll be right back. I think I did everything I kind of wanted to do with Heartseeker and Shroud of Frost Death. So I got the data that I needed to make any updates to the guide. I do need to roll all resistance somewhere though. We'll figure out how it goes. But be right back. Okay. We did, what was it? Heartseeker. Barrage with false death. Now I need to do rapid fire. Oh, Clevo, what's going on? I actually didn't even see you. Didn't even see you there. I actually missed your question. Actually, you said been doing well, switching distant knives to Barrage. What can we do to generally lift rogue bossing? The tier list look a little bit on the sad side. I wouldn't put too much emphasis on the tier list. The tier list for bossing is basically carrying a 4-man party. So, like, if you're solo, bossing is super easy. I'm gonna say super easy. Let me rephrase that. Bossing is easy on the rogue on T4 with a geared out spec. So you'd be totally fine bossing on Barrage. I promise you. This is a church. Kill them all. What's going on, man? I actually want to before I jump ship to rapid fire real quick. I want to do one more thing. Let me put on Barrage real quick since I already have all the gear and stuff for it. I'm gonna do it with the Cowl, the Nameless though. That's the one thing I haven't done that with. So we'll do that. Throw the Umber Crux here. Actually, like my Barrage gear is definitely better than my Barrage than my whatchamacallit gear. My Heartseeker gear.
Magic is neither good nor evil. How may I help you?
I have Retribution on here already. Okay, so we'll do Conceited here. Any tips on getting high? Only thing holding you back? I mean, honestly, bossing I think is the best way to get high at the moment. Bossing is the best way to get a lot of things. It's very good for gold, very good for, or decently good for mats. Yeah, I would just do bossing because of course you're gonna want to do bossing for mythic uniques anyway, or like a good uniques for whatever you might need. The Heartseeker is still at 100%, 10% with Starless Skies and Perdition Lucky Hit rolling so high. Oh, you should swap your Fist of Fate for a 3GA glove. You feel like your damage is so much better. They generally think Fist of Fate is weighted into the 1 to 100% range mode. So I've done it with both. Honestly, Boneless Thin-Crest, I've done it with both. I end up going back to Fist of Fate every time. But it also depends on what their Fist of Fate unique role is. So like, what is your unique role? Is it like close to 300 or is it like 250? Like what? There is some merit to having a regular glove on, like, let's say a Heartseeker though, just because of 270. That's okay. Do you think they can meet in the middle and buff all the classes in their Spiritborn? So I mean, it can be like 20 to 30 tiers away from each other instead of Spiritborn being able to clear 150s and others being left behind. Doubt it. Doubt it. Can you use Doombringer with the unique sword? I mean, technically you can, but you'll deal less damage. You'll be a lot tougher, but you'll deal less damage. So it just depends on what you value more. Do you value the toughness more or do you value the damage more? Alright, so if you value the damage more, then do not go Doombringer. Yeah, now I gotta figure out my skills again. But it's too hard to get those Masterwork Orange. You don't have to get Masterwork Orange because the regular legendary weapon with the correct stats and the correct aspect would be more damage than Doombringer, period. Even without triple Masterwork on one spot. I think you're so it's not like an either or. It's not like, oh, you triple Masterwork or it's not good. Or sorry, triple crit on one spot where it's not good. It's not that black and white. Wow, what am I missing? Okay, I guess that's probably what it was. Yeah, and that's the switch. Super easy to make the switch from one to the other. Now my glyphs can remain the same. Although my one rune needs to change though. You go Tam. Top. That's it. +1 offensive aspect helps so much. So yeah, yeah. I don't know if it's like that big of a difference, but there is a difference, and that part I do agree with. Like I'm gonna say difference, but like you can technically do it without the Fist of Fate. Yeah, I guess what aspect did you put for Heartseeker though? It's like, what other damage affects or what other offensive aspect could you have put there? I mean, what do you have? Intercom and Elements, kind of? Elements is kind of meh. Intercom is okay if you can stand still long enough. Yeah, no problem, Dark. You're welcome. Okay, I'm probably missing some things, but we're gonna just go send it. We're gonna send it. Did I attain the 21 Ethereals in D3 season 32? Nope. Sure didn't. Most of the cosmetics are quite ugly on other classes, so I had no reason to go chase them. Inner Sight? Why would you take Inner Sight? Are you not running preparation? And that wouldn't be on the glove, right? I mean, that's 30% on the glove. Are you? Yeah, that's 30% on the glove, not 60%. Unless you're putting it on a weapon. Is that fair? Yeah. I love Ethereals, by the way. Like, I really, really, really like the Ethereal season. Definitely one of the best seasons in Diablo 3 ever. Where'd you come from? Oh, I forgot to put on the kind of Nameless. That was kind of the whole point of this experiment. Totally forgot. How many misses have I ever received? I wasn't counting. I probably found at least probably 12 or 13 of them. I haven't really did that many boss runs. All right, that's right. That's to yeah, but I guess my thing is just like, yeah, I had no idea you went inner sight over preparation. But yeah, I mean that's a good aspect to have. That's why I'm just like, I'm like, wait a minute, how do you have an extra aspect? But yeah, how do you proc no witness though, or are you not using no witness bone? All right, Cowl the Nameless. Here we go. Can't find Coco to save your life. It was pretty annoying for me to find. I will also say that. Appreciate the follows. I'm from Russia, making it very bad. Why go and pit 75? This build not very strong. It's speed farming. So when you speed farm, you don't go to the higher pits that your build cannot, that you can't spirit farm. So on Rogue, speed farming is like, you know, between 70, 75 roughly. It's not Spiritborn, which they can speed farm hundreds, 101s or whatever, 120s or whatever. Does attack power stat mean much? Nope. We ignore it, and no good player actually knows what their attack power actually is. kind of interesting. What are Alpha dungeons? I have no idea. I never heard of Alpha dungeons before. Sort of physical damage rapid fire. It's so strong, man. It's so good. Have I played with Shroud False Death yet? Yes. Yep. Every rogue build should use it, basically. And there is no gameplay, anything. You just put it on, become stronger, win. That's it. Why not use Petrify Rune to activate No Witness Node? I mean, I could, but I also have Depth Trap to do the same thing, and it gives me a pull, which makes Victimize even better. And then I can just save that rune to proc my Dark Shroud, so I don't have to have Dark Shroud on my bar. So, I mean, either way it works. Can you still level glyphs in your Paragon? I got a 3 100s, and 80, and an 84. Let's go to 80. See, I think I need to do the 80 to see whether or not, like, what this Cowl is really doing. There isn't much to do once you gear it out. It depends on what class you're playing. If you're playing Spiritborn, then no, there's nothing else for you to do. In fact, you've already beaten the game, like the first 10 hours of you playing Spiritborn, because they're that strong. Other classes, though, you kind of have to work to, you know, get stuff if you've done it all yourself. But yeah, on Spiritborn, yeah, you're done. Like, yeah, I just can't believe how good Cowl Nameless still is, man. Like, even on like a Victimize setup. Because some actually kind of makes things a little speedier too, in a sense, if I choose not to dash and just run. Not get me aggro. Common question, is it worth returning as a sword main for this DLC? So, I mean, it's worth playing any class you enjoy. It's not like you can't do content if you play a specific class that isn't Spiritborn, right? Spiritborn obviously is just way stronger than any other class, but that doesn't mean other classes cannot do all the content. Like, so worth is just depends on what you care about. Like, if the only thing you care about is can your class do like a 140 hit, if that's the only thing you care about, then no, don't play sword. In fact, don't play any other class but Spiritborn. But like, if you're just looking to have fun on a class and do all the content and be able to do it pretty well, then you can play any class and do that. So worth is only just what you find valuable in this game. Like, when I turn the game on, I think about what builds I like to play, what class I like to play. Specifically, it's mostly just Rogue, and I play the builds I find fun and I play. Right? Doesn't really too much matter whether my character is the strongest that season or not, whether my build is the best that season or not. I'm not really that concerned, nor do I really care. As long as I find things I can have fun playing, I will do just that. But yes. But the game itself in general is fun. Like, the expansion pack is fun. Am I timing this for test?
Yo, dark side.
Not really timing it now.
Thailand,
what's going on? How's it going?
You know how we do.
I can't get a radiance right now, but
for these new viewers.
how's it going, sir?
Cheesy.
Ow. Appreciate you.
Tyler Knifey raided my stream with 17 views.
Does Cowl go to +3 passives when fully masterwork? Yeah. Well, yeah. That's why you want GA on the trick attacks. And then triple masterwork that. So I actually think the Cowl's better throughout the run, but definitely worse off on the boss part of things. How huge is unique effect on combination for rapid fire? Big. 2%. Oh well, yeah. Okay, 2% isn't a big deal at all. Yeah, I would go for the additional GA over 2% for sure. Alright, we're gonna do one more run and we're gonna do it with Cowl this time. Used to drop everything, put the glass walls on vibe. I mean, I still do as long as I can't really pause the game. Like I could pause D3, right? Like back in the day, obviously in D3, you know, I can pause it and then stop and then do the dance. I can't pause D4. So if I'm in the run or if I'm in a whatchamacallit, I have to just kind of suck it up. But yes, you're right. I used to. You said how am I taking averages? I play the game a lot, so I can definitely tell by feel. After doing, you know, quite a few runs, what's working out well and what's not. I pay attention to the mob type. I pay attention to whether I hit my rotations correctly or not. So I'm secretly tracking data in my mind when I'm doing these runs. I mean, time is one thing, but hitting all your rotations and how it feels when you do each time is another. So my time will fluctuate depending on the map, depending on the mob type, depending on if I hit my rotations correctly, right? So, so there's something in my eye. I actually think Cowl's a little better.
Yo,
Rock with the
Darkside,
raid.
we just got raided, son.
What's going on, sir? Can't
You
do the
know
dance
how we
right
do.
now because I'm in the
Drop my
middle
new
of a
beat for these new
pit,
viewers.
but I appreciate you. Go look at red chat. Uh-oh, what happened? Who did it? It wasn't me. I promise you. It was my evil twin brother. He's always doing stuff, man.
God, Sheezy.
Ow.
Serasif graded my
the item
stream
you
with
picked on the
62
Watchmen.
viewers.
Yeah, if I can get my attack speed to feel like this on like the regular with Barrage, man, without the shrine. Oh, come on. Freaking chilling wind. Ugh. Let's see. Yeah, Cowl's better. And I guess I'm around the mobs. Alright, well. Gotta backtrack. I guess I don't have to backtrack. I actually do a pretty good job of like carrying most things along the way. Guess the game said no this time. There we go. Still not enough. I guess I gotta go back to the previous level. Yay. Yeah. So part of me wants to do one more round because I hate the fact that I have to backtrack so much. No, I really do think Cowl's better. I can finally see some double digit Victimize procs. Double digit billion Victimize procs. So finally in like the 2-digit range. Go Rogue. Alright, I'll check it out. What is this item you got? This seems good. Anyone confirm? That's very nice, sir. That is very nice. Did you just get that or what? Didn't you already have two like fist to face that were really good? And I was like fighting you with Boiler for like the perfect one. I was saying no, you can't have it. He's like, I mean, yeah. Yeah, but you gotta use it. What do your other Fist of Face look like? You actually might have a better Fist of Fate than I do. Other ones might be better than the ones I have. This is what I'm rocking with right now. A single GA 290. So you're gonna use the one you just found. I'm just saying. You have a triple crit. Well, yeah, I can't do anything with that. What's the other one? You're ready to masterwork it? Okay. Did you sell the other one already? Remind you? Alright, we'll do, yeah. 5% from perfect though. Crazy, right? Currently on Barrage build, how important is it to get that +7 malice? I mean, getting passives and getting a lot of ranks in the passives is just progression. It's not important for the build to function, but obviously the more ranks you have onto Malice on a Victimize build, the better. So, I mean, you'll do more damage for sure, but your build will function without it. Yeah, Cowl and Nameless it is, y'all. No more perdition on any of my rogue builds. Retiring that helm. Now there's one more thing I want to test after this though, and that is, what can I do with the regular glove now? Can I throw accelerating in there in the BI, or am I already hitting cap and it won't be worth? It should feel good at the very least. You know the chance to do double damage here fixes a multiplier or just a plus 100% base. It should literally just be double. Like legit double. Yeah, you guys 77, 295. Yours 1-1. Sweet. I'll take it. Get that 5% upgrade, which I know about that. Getting good amulet so hard. Oh yeah, I know. I mean, this is my amulet, so I mean, I'm with you. I ain't got nowhere near +7 malice. The issue is, versus bosses, Cowl is terrible. Oh man. So we get a ton of bossing and summon mass with Season Journey. So you can save them when you get. I can do 2 more 4. I guess grind out of stuff till then. Depends on what you need from the bosses. You might actually need some uniques on the way. So I wouldn't just suffer and not have anything you need until you get to Tournament 4, because then you won't be able to get to Tournament 4 without the stuff that you need. So I think it's just a little bit of both. Yeah, I think it's this. It's pretty lol and glove right there. Roll accelerating on it. Well, how am I using setup prediction? Cowl the Nameless. No, that was such a good setup too. And the game was like, nah, bro. Wait, I'm out up already. I can teleport over here. the wild bolt aspect. It's kind of neat, but it just takes a while for it to like to get enough of that to happen to make it work. It does pull in some of the range stuff, but like you have to like it's like that's actually pretty good for like Infernal Hordes. Where you're fighting in an area for a long period of time. But that's kind of really about it. You already have a pull with Death Trap. Why is someone playing Andorio Barrage this season? Because Andorio's is not in a good spot. And why play Andorio's Barrage when you can play Victimize Barrage and do like the same thing but way better? And even had a little green poison shooty arrows too. And it's the same playstyle basically. Okay, but my experiments are over after this run. Then I gotta do Shroud with Rapid Fire for data, and then really? Wow, I actually went above 3 staggers. Yeah, we're gonna put back on the Fist of Fate. That hurt. Wow, he killed me before the time. Oh man, what a snipe! How much value do we get out of Noxus Aspect? 100% because we're always poison imbued. Alright, I'm gonna have to just word this a bit. I'm gonna have to word this in a bit interesting of a way on Maxroll, then that's all I have to do. Cause like Cowl is better, but like bosses, it's always a bit rough. So if you have a spare Perdition, you want to swap to Perdition for like doing torment bosses or whatever, or even like a crown. Speaking of which, I don't think I've tried a crown. Wow, should probably give that a shot. Now that I have just a little bit more innovation ranks now, thanks to the Shroud of False Death, so I think I should actually give that a shot. I think I have a pretty good crown too. I thought I had a better crown than that. I mean, that's a good one, but I thought I had a better one than that. Let me see. Hold up. That might have to be the best crown I got. That's 14% as well. I thought I found a 15%. I may have to use the filter. Lucian. Okay, yeah, I did find a 15%. I was like, wait a minute, I'm not going crazy. I should probably use the one that's masterwork though. Actually, no, I guess not really. I mean, the masterwork don't really give me much. Oh, that's a 750 helm. Never mind. I just realized that. That's not an ancestral. Okay, never mind. Why did I even keep that then? That's so weird to me. I mean, more are we gaining a good bit of damage, or is it to maintain Showfloor? No, it's a damage buff. I mean, it's 35% additional poison damage to frozen enemies, and since we're technically dealing poison damage, or our victimized proc is technically poison, then we're actually getting that as a 35% damage bonus, if that makes sense. So it's just a direct damage boost. So using 10 ohm, yes. All right, let's craft a couple more emeralds. I'll throw this into the crown. No, so the Victimize itself is not poison. The Victimize takes on the element that you shoot. So if your barrage is poison imbuement, then the Victimize explosions will also be poison element. That makes sense. So if you do shadow imbuement, then your explosions will also be shadow element. Goats, what's going on? All right. Can I maintain my energy? Actually, I probably should put more points into the thing. Yeah, I should probably put more points into the whatchamacallit. So let me... I guess I probably don't need to get as many points into this here, because... Let's see what that does. Yeah, false. I'm gonna figure it'd be physical damage from Barrage. Well, I mean, if Barrage is imbue poison, then technically, yeah. You see what I'm saying? Like, it takes the element of your skill. That's all. Oh, this feels so good though. It really feels so good to do this. Because I can cast my death traps so much more often. So these little packs right here is okay for me to kind of peg. Ugh. What about the dancing knives bills? What about it? Just about every other Rogue streamer is streaming dancing knives, roughly, except for maybe Crafty. I'm doing pretty much everything else, roughly. Morg, what's going on? I mean, nothing wrong with this and that at all. I think it's really cool. Just then was probably more sure that not everybody wanted to see just dancing knives on stream when they see a Rogue. Even if it is the new hotness, right? Say, hey, I'm alive, yeah. Doing alright. It was very nice to be able to reset my cooldowns like super fast with this. But it's hard to maintain the energy though. Like you can't just spray everywhere without thought. It probably has like kind of a similar kill time as Cowl on the boss, which is actually kind of weird. Could be rotation based, but chip. New class found it extremely boring. Really? I've been having that blaster barrage, but even without mythic gear. Nice. Still testing what legendary gloves. I've swapped back in and out. My legendary gloves is just so bad right now that like it's kind of hard to really get a good sense of what's actually going on there.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
I will say for sure though that Cowl, the Nameless, is actually better than Hair of Perdition, but you do have to get a decent GA Cowl with, you know, at least a couple of masterworks and the quick attacks or whatever. Like Hair of Perdition is quicker. Like I mean, well, you can move quicker and things, but I don't know. I guess it's kind of hard to. It's just difficult to know exactly what to recommend here. Like a mythic unique, if people cannot have to go for a mythic unique, people would be, you know, happier for that. But I've been going Knockcraft for Barrage. It's very nice for grouping. Yeah, but I have Depth Trap for grouping. And I can save me a rune, which means I can save me a DPS aspect. But yes, Vortex is actually not bad, but Vortex is literally what Death Trap does. Crowd control. Do you think best in slot legs would be good? Yeah. Yeah. Because a part of me thinks that there's like a cap in terms of lucky hit or how many times you can actually like proc victimize in a window. But it's hard for me to test that without like breaking down like a lot of stuff. So I was talking about that yesterday. Like, I'm gonna need like Ava level testing to really like really figure it out. But I do think that there's some merit to it because in reality, a regular glove should be considerably worse than a Fist of Fate. A good Fist of Fate on paper. But every time I would run it and go back and forth between the two, my times were pretty similar, despite my legendary glove only being a 4 out of 12 master working. So I think there's some merit to it, but I need to really understand. I want to understand the mechanics, like of what's actually going on and why they're as close as they are. Because on math, they shouldn't be. Like on paper, they shouldn't be that way unless there's a hidden thing that we just don't know about. So that's why I haven't like made mention of it. I'm not gonna make a YouTube video say, hey, you know, regular glove might, you know, maybe better or is better, whatever. Because I want to be able to explain what's going on. When I say stuff like that, I don't want to just say it and be like, yeah, I don't know why it's, you know, it feels good, but it feels good and you should totally try it. It's like I don't like doing that. Like, I like to know and then be able to explain it, you know, with science and tell you exactly what's going on and why you should. So worth the try. Grouping when Death Trap isn't up has been pretty nice for clears. What do you sacrifice for doing so, Brotendo? Because it means you have to either give up Dark Shroud or you give up Warcry. So which one are you giving up for it? Warcry, okay. Nordy, I was here yesterday asking you to cook a build with the Dance of Knives bug and Barrage. I started myself in here and I'm hitting for 2 build but have hit a wall. Does that bug even work anymore? I actually tried to do it off stream to see if they actually like stealth fixed it. And like when I tried it, like the animation was there, but the knives weren't popping out anymore. This was like maybe about 16 hours ago. Have I made a Spiritborn? Not on the live servers, no. So you did it like 9 hours ago? Yeah, I couldn't replicate it. Or not replicate it. I can replicate it in like the whatchamacallit was there. Like the animation was there. But no knives were popping out. Like I tried it for like a good 20 minutes, not just like I guess they must have stealth fixed it. I could try it again. Let me go to my stash real quick. Let's pick up a Yin's Blessing real quick. Villagers' remains. Wow. Why are they all scattered around? that's so creepy. So I got Brogata and Brotendo. Alright, so we'll do this. Um, usually pot, dodge, imbuement, and trap. Well, I mean, yin shouldn't work on anything, but so. All right, let me actually remove off my bar, right? So it really shouldn't. Yeah, so all right, and then we'll do Heartseeker. Yeah, so technically speaking, if I was wearing the yens, right? Get rid of all my charges. Shoot hunger and arrow. See, yeah, see? Look, see? I got the animation. Like the Death Knives animation, but no knives. So I mean, it's there. Yeah, see? No knives. In fact, let's add some more dummies. Like just in case. Alright, let's do it again. Sorry, hold on, make sure I get that going. You said and imbue and trap, but why do I need to do trap and imbuement? That makes no sense. The whole idea is to see, like, you see how there's no animation right now? Like there's no animation. Right? Then I dance of knives. Then do Heartseeker. All of a sudden I had animation. With no knives. This is why I think that they stealth fixed it, because it's like the animation is obviously there, meaning that it used to work at some point. But I wouldn't get the animation. See, waste charges, imbuement, trap. But I guess my thing is what I'm trying to understand is, why do I need to imbue? Why Heartseeker? Does it really matter? Casting a skill. So what? Why does it matter which skill? I'll pick a different skill. That's fine. We can do puncture. That's how the bug works. So how come people were saying do Heartseeker, Dance of Knives, but then you're telling me to pick a different skill than Heartseeker? That doesn't make any sense. But I can see the animation. Alright, let's do this. Okay, so it works with puncture. But why? So not Heartseeker, but puncture? Yeah, so the imbuments didn't need, so I still didn't need imbuments. But apparently it didn't like Heartseeker. So you can't do it with Heartseeker then. Alright. I guess they didn't do anything to this bug then. Alright, so Barrage now, I guess. Nope, doesn't work with Barrage. Yep, does not work with Barrage. I wonder, honestly, actually, it might actually, you know what? No, not thinking about. Actually, no, never mind. I don't have Cowl Clip, so it's not Cowl Clip that's the issue. You say you don't need a skill to trigger. So I guess my thought is, why is the animation there but no knives then on certain things? Make that make sense to me. Okay, so I guess it would do the poison imbuement, I guess. But why? Okay. So I mean, the best you can do with this, honestly. Okay, so I'm gonna have to like really pay attention to that then. Not that. Okay. And then now he's going to just play Barrage. Yeah, but I mean that's so like, I don't know. You'd be missing. So let's see what's happening right now. So see what's happening right now. How many victimized procs are we getting right now? Just the knives by themselves. I'm gonna take a look at this. Like, how many victimized procs are we getting right now? I'm almost thinking that this is probably like, even before actually like making it happen, I almost think that this is still probably not even worth. You don't have the shards power. Okay, so hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. So I hear what you're saying, but hear me out. So I lose one aspect, which is Noxus Ice or Frostbitten, whichever one I want to give it. So let's just say Frostbitten, because that's the lesser one. That's 25%, right? Then I have to do Star Shards, which is another what? I have to lose like something else big. So conceded or retribution. So we're losing like 25% and like let's say another 30%. Well, I mean, Armor Crux is right here. But you're losing 25 to 30% there. Yeah. So 25 and a 30%. So you're losing two pretty big multipliers for Dance of Knives to help you proc. And Dex, because there's no Dex. Yes, you're playing Victimize. But like, unless Dance of Knives can attribute enough procs on its own, then is it really worth losing like almost 2 times the amount of damage you were doing? You care about the actual skill? Well, I mean, you do care about you care about buffing Victimize. Noxus Ice buffs Victimize. Frostbitten buffs Victimize. Both of them buff Victimize. You don't care about buffing the skill, but you do care about buffing those two things. Or you do care about buffing Victimize. So both of those aspects buff the Victimize procs. See what I'm saying? So even if I'm just doing this right here, and I look at how many times can we lose something that doesn't buff? No, because the whole build is based around buffing Victimize. what can you drop? Think about it. Think about it with me. What can you drop? Frostbitten? No, because that buffs Victimize. Retribution? No, because that buffs Victimize. Conceited? No, because that buffs Victimize. Starless Skies? Definitely not, because that buffs Victimize too. High Velocity? That no, because you need that to proc the Umbra Crux in terms of being able to get the ricochets back. And you definitely cannot get rid of Branch of Violence because you need both of these to make Umbra Crux work. So you lose stuff to be able to try to get, and you're also dropping a skill. You see what I'm saying? So like, I don't mind cooking with you. I'm just trying to see what because I'm already not getting much happening here in terms of procs. Like in terms of like Victimize procs. Hold on. I'll put on the Star Shards aspect. We'll do that real quick. I'll lose something, but let's put that on there just for science, okay? So we're gonna put on Star Shards, right? This means that this would be really awful on single target though. So already this is a nerf to your build single target wise. But in a group though, let's see what this ends up doing. It does update the damage numbers. Technically, they basically decided to do it like Diablo 3 style, where they basically condense the numbers per se, because they for some reason cannot do a stat squish to save their lives for whatever reason. Okay, so I'm right in the middle of the pack. You see this? How many Victimized procs have you seen so far? 13, 14, 15 seconds, 16 seconds, 17 seconds. Okay, so I've seen 3 Victimized procs. 24 seconds, 25 seconds. I've seen a total of 5 Victimized procs. You see what I'm saying? So I honestly don't think it's contributing enough. I think it's funny. It's a funny bug, but I don't think it's actually contributing to enough to Victimize procs. Now, if you're going with like a direct damage build, you say why? I mean, look at the amount of procs. How many procs you see going off compared to this? Watch this. Compared to this, look how many procs are going off. Just Barrage by themselves. Every 0.5 seconds. So Days and Eyes by themselves. Well, I guess I'll put it this way. Let me do one more thing. Let me do one more thing. Because I realized something isn't fair. Something isn't fair. I'll be honest with you. Something isn't fair. But it means I lose an additional aspect just to try what I'm getting ready to try. What's probably so here's the case. The thing is that they're not vulnerable, so they really can't proc Victimize as much. So I will give that the benefit of the doubt, and I will put on a Cursed Touch real quick. You know, we're testing. It's the only way for me to get a perma vulnerable without having to do anything. So, I mean, we'll see. All right. So, okay, now we actually do get some Victimize procs. Can I do it without the Star Shards though? So let's say I remove that. Kind of. Throwing the stars procs, and that's actually okay. Big difference now is how do you do that without losing quite a bit of damage on just the regular Victimize procs itself. So let's go back to the Oculus, right? We might actually have to go regular gloves then. Like we might have to have to drop Fist of Fate for this. Like that's really the only other way that I could think of without losing too much damage. Although you lose a lot of lucky hit though. But I can't think of another way without dropping an important aspect. Alright, so like let's say I do Retribution here, I go high velocity here. And I got Frostbitten here, which actually needs to be Noxious Ice now. So Noxious. So we got that. And we need to go star here. Alright, so that means we lose Conceited. So we lose Conceited and we lose Frostbitten. And we just gain an additional procer. Okay, so we keep the poison imbuement. What do we drop then? So I have to lose traps then probably. So I'll lose another multiplier. All right. So lose traps. Got dance. We still pick up smoke. Still got dash. Okay. So this is probably the best I can do with this. Now, obviously the ultimate question will be would that be worth the two multipliers, the two big multipliers lost there? Can of worms. Slap Andy's on to relieve the past season. All right, so I'm gonna have to perform the bug correctly first. So I'm gonna need a couple of like fail tries here. Wonder Breast, what's going on? All right, so we have to first get the thing going. Okay, now we can play the build. No, I messed up. I messed up. I hit the wrong button. I'm sorry. All right. All right, now we're good. Don't hit the 3 button. That's all I gotta do. I can also kind of like walk and kind of get the whole like there's something going on. I'm wondering how important Star Shards is on this. Because dropping one aspect is one thing, but two is rough. So I wonder if I can still pick up something like Conceited. Because as long as the knives are hitting one target, that's fine. Because it's going to stack with the other Victimize procs happening at that time. Okay. Okay. So I wonder if I can drop whatchamacallit. I'm gonna do this without the shard, the star thingy. How have I been able to go with Heartseeker? I haven't pushed yet. To add the grenade tech on there too. Wait. I mean, technically, probably, really. But then I guess at the point you're gonna like, there's just not enough room for aspects. You're gonna get to a point where you just don't have room to put things. And that becomes a problem. Let's go back to Conceited here. And then we'll go and do high velocity here. I should make sure that I actually do the thing correctly. I do waste some time in the beginning trying to like not screw up the rotation. I don't know about me. I don't know if I'll be able to do the nade tech though, because you have to have aspects to do it. No, why didn't it work? Why didn't it work? Okay. All right, this is a fail run. Huh. I was doing it right like every time before. There it is. Why did it take so long? Nah. Alright, yeah, it's probably gonna have to be stars is actually too important in the big packs. If I'm gonna really want to try to get the like the clearing with that, big stars is too important. But if the amount of like aspects you drop though. Let's do this. Let's go with
Better than starting from nothing.
there may be a way around it. Let's go regular gloves so I don't lose anything. Also kind of like high velocity up here. High velocity actually felt good on the amulet.
Return soon.
And we'll put conceited down here. And then star shards here. Anybody make TB good again? I don't know. I mean, it's okay. Or a Barrage or a Dancing Nas at this point. I messed it up again. Like I said, now I gotta figure out how to like consistently replicate the bug. Oof. Yeah, so like pressing Poison Imbue usually does it every time. I guess if I just run out of charges and hit Poison Imbue, it works. But it seems like it might not work if I'm in stealth. That's what I'm thinking. No? Okay, dash didn't do it. I didn't think it would. Do it again. Yeah. So getting it to activate sometimes. Yeah, but like all it really is just you're activating. So you're running out of charges. So you run out of charges, and the moment that Victimize is on cooldown, right? You just pop a skill, and that's it. And that should be it. Yeah. Huh. Now it doesn't want to do it for me. Yeah, it doesn't want to do it for me now. Alright, let's go back up. Yeah, I guess it is a chance though. Like it is a percent chance, right? Oh, I know what it might be actually. I know what it might be. You know what it might be? It might be. Is it lucky hit onions? No, just 56%. So okay, so Pacific has nothing to do with that then. It's just a flat 56% chance. Am I just getting that unlucky every time? Let's go back to whatchamacallit. Let's go. You said, well, we have a VOD. So all of my streams do save. So like if you go on my YouTube or whatever, like after the stream is over, if you look under live, like the live tab, you'll see all of my live streams. So you'll be able to kind of go back and like look at this. Okay, I actually didn't get it right that time. wonder if it's. Let me get rid of the MB. I was doing it like each time when I was in here, and I did it like once and twice already before the exact same way. What am I doing differently this time? Okay, wait a minute. Maybe there's something to this. I wonder if it has to be like after a certain number of charges. Or like at a certain second. Maybe that's it. Hold on. Hold on. Actually, let me do this again. Yeah. So I guess technically there is a way to, you have to wait. All right, so okay, that time I messed up. It's gotta be within the 1 second. It seems like the one charge or something. Alright, let me wait for my poison to get that down. Luckily, it works on the trap from Umber Crux too. What do you mean? Alright, so now let's do it again. Okay, that was totally my fault. Did I see leaderboards? I know what's going on already with Spiritborn. We've been seeing this for like over a week now. Didn't need a leaderboard to see how big of a difference Spiritborn is compared to other classes. Okay, so that timing was different that time. Weird. There's got to be like a certain like I know it's only like a percent chance, but so I guess that also makes it kind of hard because it's like, is it my timing or is it this a bad RNG? Like a trap was part of the replication for the funny knives. Not really, no. Okay, so that had nothing to do with the timing at that point, because I did that like directly afterwards that time. So I don't know why that happened that way. What 2 aspects do you need for this? Well, just one. Star shards and Yin's blessing is what you need. But I guess my thing is I'm trying to figure out like what to trying to find a way to make this consistent, because obviously like if you can't replicate this at the beginning of a riff as consistently as you want, then it's not going to help. Yeah, I guess I can double my chances by doing it that way too as well. Let's Let's try it again. What was the build with Doombringer? Overpower Flurry. Why is Tech not such a talented rapper? No idea. I love his shit though. Is this better than regular Barrage? I mean, we just started messing with this, sir. Like legit, just started messing with it. Hard to really say because you are losing 2 multipliers to be able to do the bug. So it's just a matter of, is the bug worth the amount of losing the aspects for? The first time I did it, it was roughly similar to my regular runs without it. So initial impressions is probably almost just as strong. But then again, I'm like trying to figure out how to not lose too many aspects at the same time to make it worth doing over like a traditional setup. And I haven't really figured that part out yet. Yeah, so oh, come on. Don't do this to me. Come on. There we go. It took a little bit. I'm gonna have to figure out a better way to try to get this more consistent. It does feel good for like clearing. I feel like I can actually stop for versus trash and not feel like I'm like wasting my time. Kind of still think we might need Fist of Fate though. It was one way to kind of throw this on there without losing without losing 2 aspects, but hey brother, I've been watching your streams and YouTube videos. Great content. Thanks, man. Okay. Let's turn it off. There we go. Okay. I was able to start it the first time, like on the first try that time. TDL, what's going on? Oh, I just saw you on YouTube. Sorry, I just read your comment on YouTube. Said, I've been following you ever since the Heartseeker build back in season 5. Great content. Thanks, man. I said, what's your stutter step method? At the moment for Barrage, I just use kind of like the lazy. I don't say lazy, but like kind of like I map my mouse to force move, so my left click is actually force move and interact. But it doesn't click on any like, enemies or whatever. So my left click is actually force move and interact. And then basically I change my left click from here to shift. So all I do literally is just hold down left click to move, then hold down shift, and then barrage steps basically. Appreciate the follows. Crazier how much weaker the other classes are. Or it's crazy how OP Spiritborn is. Maybe the other classes are where they should be, and Spiritborn is where it should not be. But yes. But yes, relative, yes, you're not wrong. Okay. A couple of more things I want to do, but definitely gonna put the fist of fate back in there. I just don't know what else I can give up, man. Like, do I really want to give up conceded?
Magic is neither good nor evil. How may I help you?
But I feel like that's the only other way you can do this. All right, let's see if I can not mess up the whatchamacallit. Did I do it? I didn't do it. Okay. Oh, it didn't happen either? No. Okay. Come on. Okay, did not happen there either. Wait for this to come up, cooldown. Yeah, actually it didn't happen either. Dang, am I just getting very unlucky? I know it's a 56% chance, but holy. Yeah, there's gotta be, if there's a, like a more consistent way of being able to like make it happen, it'll be easier to test, but this is hard. Use all the charges. Yes, that's what I was doing. Like you use all the charges, and then once all the charges are gone, then you hit a different ability. But it's not based on lucky hit chance. It's just a base. Like ironically enough, this would be a lot easier if this was based on lucky hit chance because you have a fist of fate. But because it's not based on lucky hit chance, you like legit have a 56% chance of it actually. Yeah, but not have the same consistency issue. But yeah, but you're watching me doing it, right? Like you're watching me actually do the thing, right? When you go T4 Heartseeker, when T65 becomes on speed farm mode. There we go. All right, we Gucci. You're only physical. It shouldn't be, because I mean, a chance is a chance. Unless some skills are just better at doing it than others, but then we have to kind of figure out what those are. What build do you do this on, Mika? Since you say you do this. Physical barrage. Yeah, essentially this would double your damage, roughly. Essentially. Having the knives also be able to do the thing. But because you do lose a few multipliers and also cow traps in the making, it's actually really good. That's actually really good boss damage right there. So, I just... I see this like... So this is like a little bit better than doing it the standard way. This could have been a massive increase to like the barrage build in general. If you weren't losing so many multipliers at the same time. So like instead of it being like a massive boost where, you know, the like it potentially would have been, it's like 20-25% better than what you're doing before, and you don't have to use Cowl traps, which is a plus. The minus is obviously, you know, procking it initially and having better look at it than I am. I'm having a proc in it sometimes. Monkey Magic, what's up? Yeah, so Monkey Magic boy. Yeah. I would play around with it a little more. I'm not opposed to exploring it a little more. Also, it'd be easier to cap your resistances because you already have yins. So like that's a plus. I mean, I guess you can do the same thing with Heartseeker too, right? Yeah, if I could save like 5 or 6 or 7 seconds by not Messing up the proc somehow. How we doing? I'm doing all right. There we go. So first try that time too. I shouldn't have any dead ends though. Really? Okay, there we go. Is it hydrate? The biggest difference I notice is whenever I have Umber Crux up. And that's because the sometimes it also ricocheting from the totem. What's the best rogue build for the season? Depending on the content you're doing, honestly. Like for speed farming, Dance of Knives. For pushing, Rapid Fire. Aw, messed up. I shouldn't have used my ult right there. Oh well. He would have died quicker had I had my ult up. I had the no witness bonus. What am I up to? I'm messing around with stuff, honestly. So Yin's Blessing, Bug. I really actually need to get back to just farming, like actually farming mass and like getting masterworks up, because my gear is very normal. I'll put it that way. Petrify for runes. I mean, there's no reason to do that. I can just time my death traps better. That's all it is. I mean, if I just didn't use death trap in that opportunity, I wouldn't have had that problem. I don't need to use a rune for a player mistake. Awesome Barrage build. I made a guide on it, video guide on it. I think it's really good. But I'm gonna have to like spend some time with this. Is Heartseeker competitive with Rapid Fire and Dance of Knives? In terms of what exactly? Just like T4 content, if that's what you're for T4 content, yes. For pit pushing, I honestly think Heartseeker might have a slightly higher ceiling than Dance of Knives, but Rapid Fire is definitely the best push build. By probably a good 6 or 7 tiers. Maybe a teeny bit higher than that.
Yo, Dark Side, we just got raided, son.
FM3, what's going on?
You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
What's going on, FM3?
FM3 rated my stream with 40 views.
How's it happening? How's it going? So why do some tribute drop for all party and some don't, or just in the name, or it has to be legendary? Not. Liui, I think is his name. He said it. He said it frees up a skill slot though. It doesn't really though, because you have to give up a rune to slot Petrify. So what would you give up? Dark Shroud, free Dark Shroud, or Warcry? Warcry is 15%. Dark Shroud allows you to have an extra aspect. You have to give up one of those, right? And then Depth Trap actually gives you a pull, right? So 15%. We were losing a couple of aspects already. I mean, I don't know if you just want to lose more damage when you can keep up no witness anyways full time with just Death Trap. Not to mention Death Trap pull for Victimize is really good. Like you want to pull with Victimize generally. So like having a pull makes your Victimize explosions, especially when they're pretty tight, better. So how do I get the pull back if I get rid of Death Trap? Because then I have to do like another rune like Vortex, right? But then I have to get rid of Dark Shroud, which means I'm gonna have Dark Shroud, and I'm having the room in the bar for Dark Shroud. So I see where you're going with it, but like, I'm not sure if it's worth giving up what you already have there. But what's up? Is it only that one name? Is it that was awesome? Thanks. Yeah, we're actually messing with the Beastfall boost bug. Yen's Blessing bug. Where we can cast like free Dance of Knives for the most part. It can be a little tricky in terms of actually like procking it or whatever, but we've been kind of messing with it just to see. And there's definitely some upsides to it. I kind of wish our bugs were, not saying I wish. I guess because I run it that our bugs are just not as potent as some other class bugs. I guess you could say. Like Rogues definitely has some bugs, but it's like, man, if only I didn't have to give up a couple of aspects to be able to do this, then this would be like a 2x multiplier. Like just doing double the damage for free technically. And that's like another 5 tiers of power, 5 pit tiers of power, which actually would have been pretty nice. But instead it's like maybe 1 pit tier power, like 1.5. Best case scenario. So sure, I guess. Introduction. I know. Is it just credit Eli if I'm making a video? I probably won't make a video. Only reason why is because I typically don't like to. Well, I guess I don't say I don't like to, but I think the credit goes to Milky BK, doesn't it? Because Milky BK mentioned this to Mippy like a while ago. At least I saw Mippy. Sorry, I saw Milky BK talk about it first to Mippy, but I don't know who told Milky BK about it unless Milky BK knew before anyone else did. But like this was about like over a week ago, a week and some change ago. Appreciate the follow. But yeah, FMT again, appreciate the raid, but I think I'm gonna actually head out myself because I have a long day tomorrow and we have a Maxroll meeting in the morning to talk about tier lists, guys. So hopefully we'll be able to agree on how to approach the tier list, something that we really should have did last Saturday, but you know, just is what it is. But hopefully we'll have a more accurate and updated tier list that would be well correct at the moment. I'm not saying that like we have it wrong. I think our metrics for how we're doing a tier list for in-game is a bit misleading. You keen to see where Rose will sit? I mean, realistically speaking, if I had to be honest, what I think should happen, honestly, is just the 3 to 4 Spiritborn builds that are like really good are in S tier, and then everything else is in at least A tier or below. If we need to be honest in terms of power, because there's no such thing as any other classes having an S tier build that's in the same tier as Spiritborn. It's just not a thing. There's no other class build right now that's even in the same tier as Spiritborn. Just not. So like now all the Necro builds, all the Dance of Knives really shouldn't even been there in the first place, honestly. Nothing. The gap is just way too big. So there's no way that someone builds, let's say, for example, a minion Necro, right? And then builds a Spiritborn later and then feels like, oh yeah, Necro's comparable to Spiritborn. No. Like, not even. Now, don't get me wrong, Necro's good this season. They have a lot of good builds this season. Like, they're good. They're like top of A tier, which is better than most of the classes. I think Weapon Throw is probably better than anything Necro has right now, honestly. Barb. So actually, Barb might be at the top of A, with Necros being like right there. But like, yeah, no class deserves S tier, considering where Spiritborns are. So hopefully that is the route that we go, because that will be the most accurate representation of what's actually happening in the game. But I guess we will see tomorrow. We'll see how we end up doing it tomorrow. But am I hopping off? Yeah, I got a long day tomorrow. And I actually really just need to start farming, man. I just been doing nothing but testing and experimenting and cooking and whatever you want to call it. So I think at some point I just need to sit down and be like, we're just gonna like just farm, right? Kill like a jillion bosses. You know, get the actual correct masterworks, get my gear 12 all the way around, right? I haven't even done that yet, nowhere near. The GG's, thank you for this. Yeah, man, no problem, can of worms. Thanks for being patient with me while I was trying to figure out stuff. Stat squish, but we hit 500 trill. And now we hit D3 damage numbers. Actually, Spiritborns are hitting for quadrillions of damage now, so they added another 0 or 2. Because I guess there's a new bug that's allowing them to do even more damage. So, but chat, are we really surprised by that though? Are we surprised? I'm not surprised. But all right, we will head out to let's go to Fame. They're making it so you must have an expansion. Dang, she Paragon 283. Well, she is playing Spiritborn though, but still 283. Nuts. Like after like Paragon like 260 or whatever, like 250, actually 250, it really starts to slow down a lot. Each Paragon point after that just slow. It's just like a crawl. Unless you're Spiritborn, then it's like kind of like, you know, strolling, not running or jogging, but you're strolling. Everyone else is a crawl. Anyhow, enjoy Fame. I will see y'all tomorrow night. And as always, till next time.